Alright, hello all and welcome back to another stream. Today we are continuing work on the Golem Mothership, as you can see back here. We got pretty much the most of the framing done in the last session, and today we're going to be working on a few things. You can see in the top left, we're going to be working on the we're going to be working on hull smoothing, interior layout. I'm a little bit worried about getting some of these chunks to blend together nicely, and I really need to work on how everything connects on the inside and what rooms I'm going to put where. So I want to figure out that. That's kind of big stuff. And then also conveyors. Along with figuring out the interior, I need to make sure all the conveyors are actually hooked up from one chunk to the next. And then after that, we can kind of work on turrets. That kind of goes with hull smoothing. So we're going to kind of smooth out the rest of this build pretty quickly here, hopefully. So let's get to it. This area right here, I am terrified about trying to smooth these two together. I have no idea how I'm going to do that just yet, but I want to make it look a little bit more natural, so I might try and like mimic that onto the other side a little bit, because I want to make it look like it really came from other ships. And at the end of the last session, I went through and I just placed in all this gray stuff pretty much, and placed some stuff up here, and I'm not happy with it. And it was a lot of block placing instead of cut and pasting, which I'm trying to avoid. So I'm going to go ahead and just remove all that stuff. I think in hindsight, it wasn't a good way to handle the situation that I had with all this. So I'm going to try and do a little bit better job with that. Get rid of all that. That was all just slapped down. And I'm not super happy with this area up here. It is kind of taken from this look to a degree. I might try and do a better job of just replicating that onto the top though, because I can definitely tell that this landing pad, this didn't come off of any ship. Now, it's not much different, but it just feels wrong still, so I think I'm just going to remove all of that as well. I just removed a whole bunch of stuff I didn't mean to, I think. Oh well. Yeah, so I'm just going to get rid of a lot of stuff that we did up top here last time. I'm not really happy with it. Get rid of all that. And we'll figure out what the heck I'm going to do up top here. Not entirely certain. Something else I was looking at and I don't really like is I don't like how high these are. I want to move this down, these thrusters and this tank down one block, so that these connection points line up with here. Right now it lines up with the crates, which I guess is kind of nice, but I just don't like the way it looks from the outside. So we're gonna move that whole chunk down a little bit, I think. It's gonna be a pain to do, but it'll be worth it in the end. We're gonna have to do a whole bunch more cut and pasting with the whole grid, I think, actually. I found what was making that really annoying clicking a menu sound before. It was this door. This door was constantly getting like triggered to open and close by timer blocks that were doing strange things. So I turned that door off so it's not doing that anymore, which will be pleasant for me because it was kind of driving me crazy. I'm just going to detach this whole front area here. Right, so this whole thing I want to move down on the other vehicle. And I think it's going to be kind of a pain to do, but we're going to make it happen. Get rid of that now. Just put it over there for a moment. That is going to screw with our walkway. It's going to make it not really possible to walk around below it, but I'm okay with that. I want it to look a little bit more the way I envisioned it looking. We'll still try and keep this kind of theme going, but we're going to have to remove a bunch of this stuff, I think, and just rework how that all fits together, because this is going to have to go in there. And it's definitely not going to fit. But I think I can use merge blocks like before, and I can get it to snug up tight. See, I want that to be... I want that to merge on right there, I believe. Means I do not have enough room. Oh no, I don't want it there. I want it one up from there. Right there. So I do have enough room, I think, to merge that. It's going to be tricky getting it in there, but we'll make it happen. And I think instead of... I can actually still have my walkway down the middle if I just go ahead and get rid of that, and we'll redo that thruster bit because it wasn't really original work anyway. Oh, and now I detached this. Whoops. Alright, that's all one piece again. And I should be able to fly my ship down a little bit and get this all hooked up. I'm going to set this to a station, and then that'll make my life a little bit easier. I don't have a control seat up here anymore, do I? Also, don't seem to be able to fly this. Alright, there we go. Oh my lord. Okay. It has a lot of forward thrust, it turns out. That is why we made a copy of the ship before we went kind of crazy here. Let's clean up some of this junk first. Oh my gosh, and this is just obliterated. Okay, that figured. A little bit of glitchiness, and I blew my ship up. Pretty classic. We need to reset up that whole bit of nonsense that happened, unfortunately. Pretty typical. Typical way to start the stream. Oh, I shouldn't be removing those. I'm all flustered, making all sorts of mistakes. I do want to remove all of this. Make sure this is entirely detached. Oh, I actually already had that piece. I'm dumb. Oops. Alright, now I have to remove all this. Okay. That's better. I'm gonna just leave that bit the way it was. We get our merge block on here, and get a merge block on there. Make another copy of that before I blow stuff up again. Now I know what the problem was. We had a light seat that was set as main cockpit, which will fly now. And this thing's got a lot of forwards kick, so I need to not blow it up. And I also need to set this to a station. Okay. Think I got everything now. This does not look like it's going to fit. Okay. It's still not going to fit. I don't want to have to take this part apart. Maybe I can paste that back on afterwards, and it won't be a nightmare. Before I do this wrong, which I was about to do. I actually want it to merge like that. And that is 100% the height I want it to be at. Okay. That was something like a disaster. These are all attached. Feel a little bit better about that. I like the way that looks better from the side. I thought it looked fine from the front before, but it actually looks fine now too, so let's not worry too much about that. We do have to hook up all the conveyor stuff at some point. I'm not going to worry about that too much at the moment. Oh, I thought of something to stick onto the sides of here. Where are those little tabs I chopped off a long time ago from something else? So confused now that they're. These might work nicely there. Just want to measure this up, see how it looks. Not bad. I think I would flip them around so that they were tilted up though. Yeah. Like that. Not bad. You can definitely tell that they're upside down though, which I don't particularly care for. We'll do something else on the side here. Maybe we'll just put the caps on things. The new caps or the old caps. The ones like this. The piston heads. These connectors are pretty useless back here. Probably gonna have to get rid of those when I go over and do some stuff. Also, I don't really like the way these ion thrusters turned out, and they aren't true copy and paste either. They're highly modified, so I think I'm just gonna get rid of those. Of going back to our origins here. Staying more true to the Golem ship. Okay. Honestly, maybe even just leaving that much more open is the way to go. I have to do something about these pillars, but I do need a way to get up and down, and it's pretty much going to have to be a ladder. I don't think there's any other way to do this nicely, at least. I got this room back here to do something with. Perhaps this would be not a bad place to stash some railguns. Oh, I really like that actually. This is kind of the mothership, so it should have some railguns, right? I'm thinking like that. Could be pretty nice. Could even do more than that, but I kind of like just the way that looks without much else going on. It does seem very scrapped together. I still need to attach this nicely, but I think we'll be all right doing that. And I think this is not a bad place to get some weapons on here. Some Gatling guns wouldn't be misplaced right there. kind of protect those soft bits. It is going to have very exposed tanks here, but what can you do? And the tanks will blow up the railguns. So, not the most intelligent setup, but for a Golem ship, I think it's reasonable that it wouldn't be particularly amazing. And I think we can go ahead and add a few conveyors in here. That also lends to the very exposed feel of a lot of this stuff. Oh, it's just kind of hacked together. And we could actually feed in the conveyor system from here. Zero redundancies in this little bit here, so there's not a nice loop or anything. I really would like to attach this bit to something, but I also think just capping that off might be okay. We'll start with minimal attachments, and then we will try to do better from there, I think. I do think perhaps this walkway should go out a little bit further than it currently does. I wish that fit. There we go. Doesn't feel too bad. I can even kind of continue this. That doesn't feel bad at all. Need more walkways along there. But other than that, it's looking alright. Slap some piston heads on here, just like they have in other places, to at least be placeholders. We might change that in the future, but I think they'll do fine for now. Okay, I feel a little bit better about that area. We stripped the top off. We need to redo something on the top there. And then we need to work on a bunch of other stuff. I do think landing pads would be nice. I'm not certain where I want them though. Perhaps I should work on the interior a little bit first and just sort out how I'm going to get everything everywhere I want it. So this is going to be a main airlock, kind of how it is in the vanilla ship. We're going to go ahead and just use the same colors everywhere here. I think that will just be closed. Like so. And we're going to get rid of the railings, because we don't really need those. And I don't know what this is, but we're going to get rid of it. Unfortunately, we just got rid of our medical thing. Yeah, we don't want to be mirroring when we're screwing with that. Yeah, this will be fine. Hangar. Do I want to be able to come out this side of the hangar? We do have an airlock right here. And I could... You know what? This might be a good place to fit in a refinery or something. Unfortunately... Oh, I could use a passageway. But yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go for this. We're gonna get rid of these blocks right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can put a couple of refineries in here. Kind of a interesting place to shove them in, but we gotta put them somewhere. I do want to have refineries somewhere on this vehicle. Wow, why are these paints not merging? Super weird. Not gonna pay too much attention to that though. Alright, so we have refineries on either side. And then we have airlock. And the airlock also goes down to this room. Not bad. And we can actually open up some of this space. Yeah. I don't know why my colors are not... Oh, I'm using heavy armor. That explains a lot. I need to go fix that in the various places where I screwed it up. I don't actually want to be using heavy armor all over the place. It's a little excessive. I think that's a fine place to sneak some refineries in, though. So that's hooked up to there. This airlock takes you into the refinery segment, and then there's the main airlock. Do we have assemblers anywhere on this vehicle yet? Where are you, assemblers? Okay, there's one up here. One right there. Let's put a speed module on that. There we go. Where's the other assembler? Ah, here it is. That is an awkward place for an assembler, but we're going to slap a speed module on that one too. It's already built in. This is stuff that I placed myself, but I think it has to be there. And I would love to put speed and yield and whatnot modules on these assemblers, but then that screws with the floor. And I kind of want this floor here to be somewhat nice. There is going to be a roof over this for sure. This is like some main... This is going to be main crew quarters. with a bunch of bunks on either side. So there's going to be a bunch of bunks over here, a bunch of bunks over here, a little bit of living space down below, and then we might have a bathroom or something built into either side, or I might have bathrooms out here. And I wanted to have about a 3 wide floor here. Where I could have some hallway room, and I could maybe put something else in the hallway. But let's just pretend, let's see if I get rid of the hallway room, right? I have doors, and then you'll come in and you'll be inside here. This part doesn't really matter too much. Maybe I could put some speed and yield modules on here. Like, I might be able to get away with something like that if I cover the floor somehow. Not entirely certain what I'll do behind this area anyway, so might be okay to have something like that. I might get rid of those, honestly. We'll see. Not entirely certain how the top here is going to work. I do kind of like that location for the refineries, though. I'm going to work on smoothing these two bits together, and we're going to try and do it a similar way that this goes back. So it would go right here. And would be angled, but I can't afford to actually do the angle. So we're going to use some of our fancy blocks. Kind of want to do that, but that leaves some air gaps inside this room. Or does it? This is just our... What is that space right there? Oh, it's right here. Just fill that in. Perhaps I get rid of these little tabs. Oh, I guess it does actually. I had it right the first time. All right, like that, like that. And just to make it a little bit nicer, let's put some more gyros on here. Still kind of fits with how it used to be. And these atmospheric thrusters, I really don't need for any reason, so I might just straight up get rid of those and replace them with either ion thrusters or, yeah, maybe I just keep them. Like, they're actually useless for this ship because I don't think this is ever going to go down to a planet. There's no way it can even fly on a planet. It has almost zero upthrust. Mostly forwards and backwards. I guess it's got a little bit here where the thrusters point at each other. Maybe that's something I should add onto the bottom here, is some more upthrust. I could even add it, where would be good? I'm not sure. Look at this, another atmospheric thruster. Awkwardly slipped in there, where it's probably never going to get used. It does add to the Golem look of the ship, so perhaps I just leave that kind of stuff for now. And I might just smooth this in a little bit. I feel like that's going the wrong way. I definitely need to be smoothing it the other direction. Maybe like that more. I don't like the way the sides of this hangar look. Really at all, unfortunately, so. It's gonna bother me to no end. I think I'm just gonna leave it though, because it's, that's the way the game made them. It's the way the creators made them. This could be a good place for the assemblers though. Right kind of tucked behind here. Get rid of the little buttons on either side. I know we already have assemblers, but I'm thinking could add some. This side doesn't really work with that. I might have to flip around this one right here. Not make it quite so mirrored. That would require a little bit of jankiness, so maybe not. We'll do it for now. guess it would have to go this way. I think I'll cover up the nasty looking sides though. What are these things called, these add-ons? Modules? Yeah, it looks just fine. And it looks just fine on this side as well. A little bit different, but different is not necessarily a bad thing. I think just angling that in like so is the ideal way to do it. Now that's kind of blended together. Still kind of chunky, which is the look I'm going for, honestly. So I'm going to leave it chunky like that. And I do think I'm going to have to do something a little bit different here to make this look decent. Slap that in real quick. This is a little bit of an awkward gap, but it fits the theme. And let's put some doors in here so we can see what we're working with. We'll use the old standard doors and we'll face them this way. Let's go ahead and replace these fake beds and fake setup with a proper one with functional beds and whatnot. I already know I screwed something up, so go to the other side and start placing stuff from over here. Okay, just get rid of all that. We need beds. There we go, we got actual beds. And I'm going to put catwalks up there. I'm giving this a slight upgrade to functional blocks, and we'll use a nice fancy light underneath. Use one of these. I think, whoa, like putting it here. Nice, I even placed it right. Alright, this is cool. I like that so far. I don't like how my feet don't work. Okay. We'll leave that old block just so we remember what life used to be like back in the day. And we need to fix this floor. There we go. Let's crank up these lights. bit softer. I don't know what this is for, so we're gonna get rid of that. We don't like these seats. And let's leave that, actually. The remnant from what this room used to be. We'll add in some fancy windows. Well, what was the window like on this vehicle? Maybe we should just put it back the way it was. Okay, I already stripped the window out of that one. Wait, is it this? Is that what I'm working with right now? It totally is, isn't it? Holy cow. Yeah, we're not going to make it like this again, that's for sure. Oh, that is so weird. Yeah, so it is the old piece of that ship, but it's just the main hull section. We are going to reinstall some windows. We're going to make them white. We're going to place them far out like that. I'm modifying this a lot. Whatever. We're going to rotate these so we can attach them a little bit. We're going to use the sneaky beam blocks. Make that white. That looks good. Still reminiscent of what it used to be, but slightly updated. Turning into nice little rooms. I can figure out what the rest of this interior is going to look like some other time. We need to figure out how we're going to attach this to the rest of the ship, though. These rooms. I want to have air vents in every room. So we're going to have to figure out how to get air vents into here. We do have a lot of stuff underneath here. Heck, this whole floor area, we could actually put, like, build stuff in there. It's not going to be an issue getting vents into the room, though, because we have all this stuff to work with. So I'm not going to worry about that. It's going to be an easy tweak at the end. Could add some thrusters, some downwards thrusters right here. We have conveyor access. Do we have a good downward thruster little chunk? Perhaps now is the time to grab these little bits off the side here. I do think that that would fit perfectly. Ish, maybe. Possibly. I haven't used anything off this vehicle yet, so I really want to use something off of it. Maybe even adding some hydrogen tank pods right here. Because we only have 2 right now. It wouldn't be bad to have more. I don't think I'm going to be able to use the stuff off here. I was thinking about using this thruster pack on the side. But now that I'm looking at it, I don't think that's going to work nicely. That would actually work nicely right here, though, on the sides of these. I'm trying to think of ways to get more down thrust. just don't see, unless I add a whole bunch of atmospheric stuff, I don't see how we're ever going to be able to fly this on a planet. We'd have to add a whole bunch of things. I also haven't used any of the rover. Could use that somewhere. I can use this like whole setup basically. I could slap that on top to have like a top viewing thing. Put the rover like right here. It'd be kind of goofy, but it could be done. This is a strange vehicle in that it has ion and atmospheric, but no hydrogen. Can you actually get to space with this vehicle with just the ion and the atmospheric? I really wonder. Or is it just either in space or on the planet? Kind of a weird one. These are my main thruster packs that I'm using. I'm using like the whole back of this ship, essentially. I'm also using the whole front of the ship. I've pretty much used this entire ship. I could cut off the thruster pack and remove the wings. Oh, these have hydrogen tanks. Wait, do I still have those on here? So it should be right here. Oh, okay, excellent. So I do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6 hydrogen tanks. I feel a lot better about my hydrogen situation. I completely forgot about the ones that were built into these back bits. Oh, I was thinking I was going to have to add hydrogen tanks somewhere this whole time. But I definitely don't have to. That is good. Is this my original one of these vehicles? Did I just really screwed up? I think so. None of these have downward facing large hydrogen thrusters. So really my only option if I wanted to do that would be to take this thruster pod looking thing and rotating it and facing it down. And I don't think I'm going to do that. Don't really like the idea of doing that. I know those are artificially placed beams right there, those long ones, but I do think they bring the ship together a little bit, and I'm going to leave them because of that. Probably even enclose this little area right here. Do it like that. Need to do something about the sharp cutoff here. I know what I'm going to do. I'm just going to angle all these blocks inwards. Perhaps I'll leave that one normal. We'll close that up, and then find a way to angle this in nicely. I like that, maybe. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And we actually have room along here to pipe all the way from the front to the back, which is good news. It's just more exterior space, so I'm not worried about exposing all that. We have a lot of H2O2 generators on here, don't we? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. That's not necessarily a bad thing, though. I'm going to keep all of them. We just won't place any more because we definitely don't need any more than we already have. It's a basic refinery. I bet we have a bunch of those, too. 2 of them. 1 on the top and 1 on the bottom, I assume. This, I'm going to have to convert this whole area. I'm going to get rid of this bunk lookingness. I'm going to make this a proper engine room. We have an insane amount of small reactors. We only have 2 jump drives, right? Yeah, we only have 2 jump drives. I guess that's okay. I'd probably realistically want a lot more on a vehicle like this. We got some more bedrooms. These will be like our captain's quarters. So these will be nice bunk rooms on the sides here. And then our main crew bunks will be up here. And I think that's just fine. We do need a cafeteria of some sort and some sort of hall for having meetings. This is our airlock. I'm gonna put some nice doors in here. We gotta make this a passage. And I do have like a full airlock there. I kind of think I should have full airlocks on all sides, and then this room can just be open to a bunch of other places instead of this room being a giant airlock room. But I think a giant airlock room isn't actually a bad idea. Alright, that's fine. I need to make this passage so that it's airtight. I guess if I'm going with the railing look, I should use the railing passageways. Like that. Yeah, I could get rid of one light. I honestly could get rid of this light. Just to save on a little PCU. This is not... like, it's kind of an airlock at this point. But it doesn't have an air vent in it. So... perhaps... I go with the door down here as well. I'll just double door that, and just double door all of this, honestly. Don't need a programmable block for any reason, so we're going to get rid of that. Let's use that fancy looking, yeah, put that there. Because we have the airlock on this side, so this will just be an engineering-ish room. I know I was just saying having a large airlock room wouldn't be the worst, but I guess that would reduce every single one of these to a single door instead of double doors. Would save me on PCU, wouldn't it? There's my air vent down here. I can make an in-floor air vent for sure. Oh, I have one on the top. That's probably not hooked up to anything. Or maybe it doesn't have to be hooked up to anything. Here's more O2 things, which I could probably get rid of. Also use those to get air vents into these rooms over here. I think that's exactly what I'm gonna do. Now we have air vents in these rooms, and I'm going to clean up the rest of these rooms so that they are, I can make them nice. Alright. Those rooms are a little bit cleaned up. What am I doing on gyroscopes and whatnot? I have a lot of gyros in just weird places. A lot of exposed gyros, too. Oh wow, yeah, it turns like a snail. Not particularly comfortable for that. Sideways acceleration is also pretty bad. Up and down aren't horrible. Backwards is pretty good. Forwards is really good. Blueprint this real quick before I forget to do that. Okay, I gotta do something with this top here. Let's come in through the front and make sure we can walk to every location on the ship. Okay, got this. We've got the ladder that I absolutely hate. Open the door. See if it starts clicking again. I hope it doesn't. We can get there. We can get up here. We could do something with this room. And this is going to be our main control room. That's just fine. That's all generic ship. And we've got an airlock that goes straight into an open hangar. I need a way to get to the back of the ship that doesn't go through an open hangar. So, also this is, I guess it's technically airtight if I close this and this. Right. So this is all airtight, which is good. But how am I going to get to the front of this vehicle, or to the back of this vehicle, without going through the hangar? Because I really don't want to have to do that. The only thing I can think of is to go over the top through this area. And I don't know what that's doing, so we're going to just get rid of it. If I put a walkway in, so here's another one that I really don't like. What I should do is put air vents behind or underneath right there. I can do that for sure, because I can run all the piping underneath here. I already explored that option, I'm pretty sure. I can make that work one way or another. So we're going to get rid of the air vent on the top as well. I don't think either of those bits are going to be necessary. I'll just close that off. So I need to get up above here. I need to be able to walk across. Okay. And I pretty much have to come straight at it to do that. It's really tricky. Have a staircase there. This block's taken up by the door. Maybe if I just change this around a little bit. So I have a zigzag staircase right here. One goes up this level, and the other goes the other direction. I wanted to avoid having a bunch of narrow staircases, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually do that here. Like, I could go like that, and then like that. And I have a weird light here, so I can't really put nice railings on. I could get rid of that light. Ah, gosh dang it. I can't actually walk down this if I have passageway blocks. That is really not cool. Is there a passageway block that would work? Like, probably something like that. Oh, not even that. Wow. Okay. So that is a failed experiment. Oh no, and I killed the light that was over here too. I'm like screwing up the whole front of this vehicle. Might have to take a step back and rethink that. I'm gonna fix all these stupid blinking lights anyway. I suppose I don't really care if I get rid of a few of them now. If only there was a way. I mean, that actually works just fine. And it's really easy to do. Unrealistic though, unrealistic. I don't like it. This is like, that's not an airlock at all. I need to make that an airlock. How many gravity generators do we have? I bet we have a ton. Okay, we don't. Is that the only gravity generator? There's no way. There were two back here. In these back sections. Did I get rid of both of them? I must have. Oh, maybe they were reactors. I guess they were reactors, not gravity generators. guess that's not the end of the world. It works. There's this really narrow choke point and a light that I'm gonna have to kill. Just so I can make that look decent. Definitely need to work on the colors for all that. That's an ore detector. How many ore detectors do I have on this? It's actually my only one, so I guess I'm keeping that. We're gonna rework this though. Let's go out. Yeah, we're gonna rework this so that I have a proper airlock setup. Should go into this. That's a lot of airlocks, but maybe that's not terrible. I need sensors for all those airlocks too, so I can automate them. And I'm gonna have to do something different up here, and I didn't want to do that, but I'm gonna have to so that I can make it airtight. And I just need to get this from here to the back area here. Let's figure out what we're going to do on top. I do want landing pads of some sort, because we don't have that yet. We've got a lot of side docks, but we don't really have any landing pads. Got these recessed things too that are not particularly awesome. I'm going to do a lot of upgrades to places like this, where like they could just have the proper setup. They don't. Minor upgrades all over the place. Still looking pretty gross with all the color issues. I think I should paint the whole thing kind of a neutral gray. And we're definitely going to use the industrial paint look, because I want it to look like these guys over here. They look pretty nice. Alright, landing pads. We're going to steal landing pads off of some vehicles. I think there's only a couple. The green has a landing pad. And the red ship has a landing pad. Just gonna clean up some of this stuff. Ooh, parachutes. Hello. So I could even reuse this whole setup here. I think that would look pretty good. Pretty good, actually. Connector would be dysfunctional entirely, unfortunately. Well, now it's not entirely dysfunctional because it is actually attached. It's just underneath the antenna, which is kind of silly, but that's okay. That actually meshed onto there pretty darn good. We will adjust this ever so slightly so that it fits. And actually, I could see that being reason to repaint those regions. Maybe. Maybe just the top bits like that. That looks much more interesting, and actually, I can tell that this is from another build, and that gives us kind of an airlock. Makes this bit airtight. Gives us an airlock, and now if we wanted to, we could go ahead and add the staircase. That was actually part of this whole airlock system. That's exactly how it works on the green ship. You go down, you go through the airlock, and then you go down again, which is kind of cool. So it's reminiscent of going into the green ship. And it's even going forwards and everything just like that. And then you end up right by the crew quarters, which is kind of cool. I like that. That's sorted out. And that also gives me a reason to go ahead and just make this bit kind of nice. Because that's also very similar to how the other one is. We gotta go like that, and then get rid of that, and just do one of those. Yeah, kind of like that. Alright, cool. Now we just need to get this back to here. And then we have the front and the back of the ship kind of connected. I'm going to reattach that, I think. That worries me a little bit. I have a really hard time telling what is actually attached and what isn't. That air vent This air vent we don't actually need. It's that is how it used to be, though. I'm trying to preserve the way things used to work, but I don't think that's going to be one of the things I'm going to preserve. Just get rid of that. We'll reattach that while I'm thinking of it, and we can put in a floor air vent or like a wall air vent thing right here if we really want to. Because now we have the air vents that you can like pipe straight through. So it really doesn't matter too much because we can put them in line now, which is amazing. Yeah, good enough. So we still have an air vent in that room. These are gonna be nicer rooms, and I think up here. Let's see, I have the down on the left side. I'm gonna try and keep all of the like straight path here. So I'm gonna go this way, and then you're gonna be able to go down on this side. Perhaps something like that. Could I even? I can't really make it longer because I have an O2 here. And then I need the door. And I have more O2s. Okay. But we don't really need symmetry, so we're not gonna have a thing on this side. This side will just be a nice room. If you want to go up and across, you can do that over here without any issues. I feel like that looks a little bit better. I guess this is just going to be a hallway. Let's figure out what we're going to do with the rest of this top space. I kind of want to let you walk around to the front here, but let's figure out what exactly we're going to do up there first. Even before that, I need to figure out the airtightness of this corridor. Yeah, I have to have it spaced out like that so that I can have proper railings. Might have to tweak this top bit ever so slightly. Might have to revert it all to this type of angle. Not really reverting it, but converting it back. We'll leave the bottom. Those aren't airtight, but shoot, I won't be able to get away with that. I like the way that looks, but I'm not going to be able to put airtight blocks in. Oh, actually, you know what? The whole reason I did this, shoot, what am I doing? I didn't have to do any of that. Let's put that back. I have the double wide staircase now, so I can actually use what I was originally planning on using, and that is passageway blocks. I don't like the way passageway blocks look on a lot of that. I need the smooth passageways. Maybe one of those, and then smooth, smooth, and a light passage block. It looks really weird, but it might just be what we have to do. Yeah, I'll live with it. I don't actually get caught on that. I was a little worried that that was going to be a thing. Just not something I wanted to have happening. So I'm glad that it doesn't. These are the normal passage blocks. They have a different exterior shape. I didn't realize that. Kind of interesting. Okay, let's find more landing pads to stick on in this region. And I might go ahead and use the red ones, though. I think this part looks really nice now. So I'm almost tempted to use something similar. Hard to say. The red landing pad's a little bit awkward. It has this giant gap in it. I know I have one of these cut out somewhere, I just don't remember where. The scrapyard is a disaster. We're just gonna pretend that that part made sense, at least. Gosh, I almost want to stick it this way again. But maybe just having one snuck on here somewhere wouldn't be bad. I know this is how I had it before. And then I got rid of it. And maybe I should have just kept it, but put it on a little bit higher. Maybe that's the solution. Actually, how does that look from up top? Kind of crazy. I'm not entirely opposed to it. And then I could have it... Oh. How would I have it ramp down onto this? I should have it get down there somehow. Right now I'm thinking of something kind of like that, just placed down onto the top. That's kind of fitting. Letting me place it any lower than that. Pretty sure this is why. I want to place it a lot lower than that. Yeah, I want to place it straight down from here, I think. So look from up top. See how this merges into the back of the red ship. Maybe I can duplicate some of that to make it look nice. It's got this kind of ridge here. Maybe I could take this bit and use it. Let's see, can I use more of the red ship? Guess that's not really the way it was on before. Quite centered. I guess that's fitting for the disaster that is this ship. You can even reuse all of that, actually, because we can let people walk down here. And then you can get out here. And we are going to change this a little bit. It needs to be done. That's just how it is. Keep it as close to how it used to be as possible. Don't really need these doors at all for any reason. That's super weird. But I kind of like it. You can tell that that's a large chunk of the red ship. And that's really what I was missing in a lot of ways, is a big chunk of the red ship. I do think I'm going to move it though. I'm going to put a gap and then I'm going to do like another chunk of that. I'm going to try and get this angled armor look on the sides too, to really try and wrap it in more. Is that heavy armor? Why are these two blocks not meshing? A slightly different color red. What the hell? Don't get it. Whatever. We're gonna repaint all that anyway. At some point. So really, I want this to be a little further back. But then at the same time, I don't want to really change it up too much. So I'm going to extend this one further, and we're going to trim this down. So I'm going to need to replace a bunch of blocks, unfortunately. All right. Let's move all this. I really don't like the way that looks. I might convert that so it looks like the other side. It is how the red ship is, though. I'm always struggling deciding whether or not to keep it the same or to just go ahead and change it. This is one of those things that I think I'm just going to go ahead and change. And we just extend that a little bit further. Looks a little bit weird with it extended further. Maybe just tapping it with some paint. Doesn't really do what I want it to do. Slap a couple of those on. Feels a little better. I think I am going to adjust this ever so slightly. This red ship, there's just no way to make most of what it's doing look good. It's, I don't know. I think it's not a very pleasant design to look at. Not that this conglomeration of craziness is much better, but I mean, it is built out of chunks of the NPC stuff, so what do you expect? In the end, I think it's going to look nicer than all of them. So that's certainly the goal. That's certainly the goal. That's a little bit uncomfortable, but I think we can fix it by going in there and adjusting the way we do that. And I think I'm just going to get rid of that entirely. There's not going to be a connector on this chunk of landing area. We've got our nice rooms, comes out into a decent hallway. We'll put windows along the top there, and that will make that airtight, which will be good. And right in the middle we can have a light, which I do believe is also airtight. Could even extend this bit forwards, right underneath the landing pad, and have that be interior space as well. I don't even have to end this actually. End it up here. But I could make this a nice long corridor. I don't really mind the idea of having it split a little bit. Maybe something like that. Then we have this room. And then right here, we just end this. And put a door. Now we've got a room here, a bit of kind of a hallway here. And this goes down. Really don't like how awkward that is. We might have to tweak that up a bit to make it nice. And we've got lighting. We need to make this an air vent right here probably. And then we have room for all sorts of stuff here. It's shaping up slowly on the inside. We even have this airlock, which is decent. Sensor right here to work with that airlock. Engineering room. The engineering room needs an airlock that goes into this ladder. That's going to be kind of tricky. I might rearrange a lot of this stuff on the inside just to make it more pleasant to walk along. Ship though. We got a room up here. This will be our meeting room. I'll put a nice table in here. It's kind of not the right size for it though. Yeah, maybe we'll do something else in here. Would this be a good meeting room? It's also not a great size unless... Yeah, unless I have a longer table. Do I have decorative blocks anywhere here? Yeah, this is kind of cutting it close. I don't think this would be very comfortable to walk around. Yeah, and how would I make this airtight if I have stuff here? I wouldn't. That's the answer. I need to put glass all the way along these walls. I could just go ahead and do that immediately before I forget that that's a thing I'm going to have to do. So really I only have the middle part of this room to work with. I could put some plants or something in here. I don't want to obstruct the middle part of the room though, either. So maybe I just leave it open. I guess that's not the worst thing. Just some room to mill about. I'd like to put stuff right up against here. I suppose what I could do is I could put some outside windows on. Like so. And then I can put things right up against there. And that's much nicer. I can get a lot more out of this room doing that. Here's all my decorative blocks. I could even just do something like that. Like, whatever, you know. Now I've got a room. We can look at the plants. Maybe do something like that even. Have even more space. Gosh dang it. I look for these things and then I already have them. I don't know why I'm looking for them. Actually a vending machine on this side. Probably be good. Yeah, I could just go with something like that. And we can have a bunch of desks back here. Obstruct our walking path. Maybe just put them on this side. And we'll probably just fill this with something so that it's not strange. Should have the gravity generator. Where's the center of this ship? Probably like right there. So if we can put gravity somewhere around here, that would be very good. I'd like to put it in the floor, but I already have a light here. I suppose if I switched one of these to a light corridor, then I wouldn't need the light here, and I could put the gravity generator underneath the floor. Somewhere where you can see it. I could also put it in this room, upside down on the ceiling or something. Though I'm pretty sure that is the floor of a room above. Yeah. So maybe not. Maybe not quite there. Maybe put it above one of these, but underneath the staircase here. Honestly, I could just put it right here. It's a little bit high up, but it will cover the whole ship from there. Yeah, the gravity generator is a little bit towards the back. I would like it a little further forwards. And I would definitely like it a little bit lower down, so that I can cover all the way down to this walkway comfortably. Maybe in this room somewhere. I know that's what I was saying before, but really, I really do need to put it in this room somewhere. I'm going to centrally locate my gravity generator so that I only need one, and I can use as little power as necessary. Little power as possible. Forwards a little bit. Right about there. So I guess that does put it like right in the middle of this hallway. Right underneath the door. Could I get away with that? I want to put it on a very solid block. And I think I want to run pipes. I don't really need to run pipes along here. That's the thing, because I have all the stuff underneath here running all the way along. I want to place the gravity generator on a strong block, and this door is just not a very strong block. I could do like a half heavy armor block, and then gravity generator there. I don't have a light in this hallway anymore, but I could put a light here. Like so. Feels a little bit weird. But that gravity generator is probably in the right spot. Jump in a cockpit and see if we can line this up. Then we know how much we have to move it. We can make it perfect. Good enough. We probably don't need it to be nearly that wide, because we don't need to walk on those outer bits for any reason. Let's narrow it up so that it hugs this window right here, because I think that's the furthest out, left or right, we're ever going to be. This is as far back as I'm ever going to go. And that's like the here. So I can move it forward just 3 blocks, give or take. Which would put it in the hangar, basically. This is actually kind of looped. It all goes through this block right here. So if instead, we're gonna fix this not having a looped conveyor issue real quick. Alright, so it goes in through there, and we're gonna take it out right there, and we're gonna hook this up to that. Alright, so that hooks up to there, this goes up there. This is still kind of a choke point right here, but it goes into there, it also goes up. So if I do put a pipe all the way through here, we're good. I just killed that, unfortunately. I can look at the settings though, and then we can put it back. Oh, can I not look at the settings? Are you killing? It's not cool. Whatever, we'll just fix that. Oh, there's a window in my way, I'm dumb. Okay, whatever. Typical problem. Kind of an unnecessary conveyor thing, but it's attached all the way through there now, and attached all the way through right above it, so it is looped. So if we lose one of these, we don't lose connectivity to like the whole front or whole back of the ship, which is very important. I mean, I could replace a lot of this stuff with tanks of different sorts. It only adds a tiny bit of PCU and it adds a lot of functionality, so I might go ahead and do that at some point. What's going on here? I have no idea. Okay, let's see what's going on here. I'm gonna go ahead and just do that, and then connect her up. Connect it up like that. Have a little bit more clearance for headspace here. We can do something else with that area if we really want to. We really don't have a good landing pad where you can land something big. This antenna is completely in the way of this landing pad back here with the connector, and this one doesn't have a connector at all, so a little bit of an issue. We have some interior here where we have a connector. I just realized that this is like completely not centered in any way, shape, or form. It's just gonna probably drive me a little bit mad, but that's just how it is, because again, this is from the stupid big red, which is, I'd say, terribly made, but I mean, Everything about it disturbs me when I try and use it. I'm really tempted now to just cut this and make it one wider, because then that would center a whole bunch of other stuff. We've already built everything else though. Let's just leave it. That's just how it's going to be, using the big red setup. I absolutely am not going to leave a ladder there though. That's just blasphemy. Not going to do that. Big red can deal with it. I find that unacceptable. I think we should go ahead and use some interior. I never use interior stuff, but I think perhaps this wouldn't be a terrible place to use it. Alright, I'm okay with that. Okay with that. Okay with the way that looks. I feel like there should be a nicer light in here. This nasty floor light. We're gonna get rid of that. Or should we leave it? If we pressurize this room, does it actually change? No, because this is no longer the default thing. And there's no other light in here anymore. So we're gonna get rid of that. And we gotta put some sort of light in here. Okay, so we're right in the middle of this room. Trying to make sure I have enough lighting in all my different rooms here. Inner lights. There's really no way whatsoever I'm going to get a connector up there. Unfortunately. We'll just have to have people docking on these. And so be it. That kind of fits. There's a whole bunch of weird gaps, but I'm okay with that. Kind of looks like this should move up a block now. This back area. Top one looks alright. It's kind of in line with the rest of this craziness. But the bottom one looks like it's one too low. And if I move it closer, these thrusters shouldn't burn each other. I think they only burn 2 blocks away. It's a little bit scary. And also I'd have to do something about getting into this area. Maybe have a ladder or something. I think it would look nicer though if I moved it. I'm gonna go ahead and do this though. Finish that look off a little bit. I didn't have a mirroring on that entire time. Are you kidding? What have I been doing my whole life? Well, let's go look at the other side and fix the other side now. Oh, I didn't have mirroring on in this area either. There we go. Blueprint this again. Not bad. Yep, I really want to move this up. I want to move this thruster pack up one. I think that'll be nice. It is going to be kind of a project to do. And hopefully it works after I do it. Right, so I need to get rid of all of this. That is the thruster pack that I want. And this is the ship I want to attach that pack to. Make backup copies of each in case I explode while trying to do this again. What is... oh, this is a basic refinery. I think that one's going to have to go. So I think that's where our staircase is going to have to be. Right. That needs to attach directly to there. And we're going to have to use merge blocks again. All right. Drive this thing into place. All right, I think we did it. I guess I can leave it as a station while I work on it. It's probably not a bad idea. Yeah, that thruster looks much better in line with this lower bed now, that thruster pack. Yep. I like that a lot more than I liked this. For sure. I should turn it into a ship and fly it around. Just make sure that it's not going to deal thruster damage to itself. Because those thrusters are tickling each other at this point. We will make a copy in case it does blow up. It's almost like two ships plastered together. I've got the top portion and the bottom portion, and they're only really connected in a couple places, which is interesting and kind of makes sense in a way, because this is a whole bunch of ships just plastered together. about this. All right. Paste our new version in the construction spot. Get a blueprint of it right away. I change the name again. I merge it. Gotta fix that. All right. There's one area I'm not super happy with. Also, I feel like this should definitely be elongated, but I don't know if that's actually going to work out. Unless I can move this bit back. This is the area I'm not really happy with, this juncture right here. This just needs to be cleaned up a bit. I can deal with that. This is fine. Everything in front of this is fine. Like, everything above it is fine. I need to fix that airlock. I'll make it an actual airlock. Everything up here is okay. These rooms are going to be easy to set up. It's just this area here is really kind of awkward. Like, very, very awkward, actually. And I'm not certain how I'm going to fix that. These rooms might get even smaller. I really don't want to make them smaller, because they're supposed to be the nicer rooms. And yeah, this area back here is just open to space. This is going to be the engine room. So I'm gonna just go ahead and pull out a bunch of stuff right away here. Oh, that has to be like that, because that's the thing right underneath. Ooh, okay. Decorating this bit is definitely going to be tricky. Because we have a lot of areas that need to be airtight that are currently not airtight. Oof, yeah. Not sure how I'm going to pull that off. Make it look nice. We'll figure something out back there. Let's get rid of these doors for now. Get rid of that for now. Those, I could actually just move them down. They're kind of still in the same place. No longer connects to the top though. That's okay. We will use that gap to put in our air vents. That will go into these side rooms. We'll get rid of that light for sure. in favor of, I believe, a passageway light, honestly. That works for me. Oh, this could even be a door here. Lights, we got the doors here. That's how that connects through. This one connects through weirdly, but it's okay. Oh, I already have vents in these rooms. Awkward. Well, I guess I could remove this. I could have one of these be a vent into this hallway area. And one of them be a vent into this room. So I have plenty of places where I could put vents in this room, so not an extremely urgent thing to solve. I'm going to put a long staircase in there. I'm going to put a long staircase in this side too. I want to make it as comfortable as possible to walk around in here. And then on this side, we do have this interior plate stuff. Can I put that one further forward? Yes. I'm going to fill this with interior. I guess it does kind of stick out down there, but we'll take a look at it from the outside. Can I get outside? No, I can. That doesn't look terrible. I could even push it one further, just for the look. And that would actually maybe be nice. Yeah, I kind of like the way that looks, honestly. I normally don't have interior plate poking out the sides, but I don't really mind it right there. Now I kind of have a point where I could jut out a little bit. I can't really attach a turret because the thrusters are right there. That's a little bit frustrating. I could go ahead and do that though, and just kind of cover that up. Which I also don't think is that terrible. We'll leave it like that for now. That needed to be switched anyway. Full block so we can get air tightness in here. So I think what I'm going to do now is that side is going to be a fancy room. And this side is going to be like a bathroom or something that everyone can use. That's just my idea right now. We'll see if that sticks. I do need a way to airlock into this ladder. Might have to change up how that ladder is working, honestly. It takes me all the way down to the bottom right now. Actually, doesn't quite take me all the way to the bottom. You need to go one further. Now it can take me all the way to the bottom, or it can take me to this floor, which is going to be extra engineering floor. This is the very bottom. But it just doesn't make any sense. It can be something else. Or it can be nothing. I don't know. Oh, maybe blast doors. It is on the bottom and it is below the cargo containers, so I guess there is kind of structural use for that. I'm gonna continue the scaffolding look all the way down to the back. I think that's gonna be good. I almost feel like moving this whole chunk one forwards. I could get away with that. I have the room to do it. Another large project. But it wouldn't really hurt anything to do so. And then I could get in another one of these ridges right here and still have 3 spacings everywhere, all the way back. I think it would knit together a little bit better. Right now this is lined up though, so maybe I shouldn't do that. That doesn't really, there's no reason for that to be lined up particularly. Let's do it. Another large reattaching project. Every time I do this though, I am significantly happier with the ship overall. So we're going to do it. Alright, I'm going to cut the top off of this side, and I'll cut the bottom off of the other side. The bottom, now I need to get rid of the bottom and have only the top. Okay, I need to reattach this now. The same height as before, but spaced out one block. Let's get our merge blocks out. So I need one there. I want to say that attaches right here. Will that give me... No, that'll give me too much of a separation. Right there. Then I will have one extra block in between this part and that part. And I sure as heck hope that this will mesh together. I'll remove one more of those just because I'm a little bit wary about that. It is a station already. Ah, this was so nicely lined up before. It's going to have to be shifted. Everything's going to have to be shifted this way. Well, this one's going to have to be shifted this way one. I'm going to go ahead and just do that right off the bat. Now that will attach there. Get all that nice and painted up. 1, 2, and then the middle. 3, 1, and then the middle. Am I crazy? Did I just move that the wrong way? Whatever, we'll figure that out after we fly our ship into place and remerge it. Again, I'm going to make copies of both sides in case I blow up. Building a ship of this style like this is so much more difficult than just having a plan to begin with and doing it right the first time, but it is the task of the month, so that's what we're doing. Okay, I did move that the correct direction. Hello. Welcome. We are currently building a ship for this monthly competition on the Discord server. And that is to use the NPC ships to slice a bunch of pieces off and make a Golem ship. So to make a ship out of chunks of the economy ships that you can buy at stations. It's not really a fleet. These are just, so these ships right here are the ships you can buy in the vanilla game from the economy stations. And this whole build has turned it into a scrapyard because I'm taking chunks off of those ships and slowly building one giant ship with them. Kind of just as a fun project. It's getting slowly shaped out. I have most of the pieces I want in place already. I just need to tweak a few things here and there. Ah, new to the game. Excellent. It's an excellent time to be joining Space Engineers. Pretty much, so long as the game is getting support, which it still is, now is always going to be the best time to join the game, so. It's only been getting better over the years. Thanks. It's still very much a work in progress. I gotta repaint the whole thing so it doesn't look as ridiculous with all the different colors, but that's because it's made out of chunks of all these other ships. So I'm leaving it the original colors for now so I can see what parts I got from what ships. And then when I'm done tweaking it and doing all the building, I'll go through and I'll repaint the whole thing. But for now, it's kind of wild looking, which I'm okay with. Just trying to make sure I can get everywhere I need to get. Yeah, it takes some building to get used to both making ships that work well and look nice. I think a good way to go about it is to, first of all, focus on making your ships work. And then once you feel comfortable getting your ships working, then like copy and paste in ships off the workshop, take a look at other things, and just adding more like 3D-ness, so like adding ridges and stuff to your ships is a really easy way to just give them a little bit more texture. And yeah, detailing ships is always kind of like the last thing I do, but it makes your build look nice. Function is more important than form in my opinion, but form makes it fun. This is not at all what my ships normally look like. I do a lot of brick-like ships, but I do try and make them look nice. A lot of my ships look more like this. It's kind of a more simple one, but it's entirely designed on the inside for function, and then afterwards I go through and I add all this detail to the exterior and try to make it look nice. But if you strip all this little, like the ridges and everything off, it's just a brick. Yeah, the game is really fun. The game can look really nice too. It's really cool when you actually get on a server and you meet up with a bunch of people and they all bring their crazy ships, and it's a hodgepodge fleet, but it's a lot of fun. Another one of the slightly nicer builds that I've made. The rover though. I do a lot of detailed small grid ships. Not a lot of people make small grids with interiors, but I've been having a lot of fun doing it. Anywho, gotta get back to working on this. This is where all my reactors came from. I forgot about those. That explains a lot. Like a flying cheese. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I think it's just practice, and some people end up better at it than others, but the more you build, the better your stuff is gonna look. It's one of those games that it really takes a long time to get a good feel for everything in it. But there's endless variety you can achieve. So have you been building large grids mostly, or have you been working with small grids? Yeah, I haven't tried that game. I heard of it though. But it was pretty good. Hey, thanks for the follow. I have no idea why the paint job is not matching on that one set right there. Cannot get this to work. The heck. Or I'm gonna ignore it for now. Small grids. I think small grids are harder to build, honestly. Like harder to make functional and look nice than large grids. In my experience, at least. Because you have to deal with having both large and small conveyor access points, and you just don't have to deal with that problem with large grids. It takes a lot more materials to build large grids, but if you're just practicing or building in creative mode, it might be a good way to work on your building techniques and whatnot. Everyone kind of does it differently though, so no two people build the same in this game. So it might be easier for you with small grids. I've just found that it's a lot more difficult to do the conveyor side of it because not everything can pass through a small grid, small conveyor point. Like steel plates and metal grids and missiles and things like that can't pass through them, so you have to work with a lot more difficult constraints with small grid than with large grid. When I first started playing the game, I basically never used small grids simply because you can't do a lot of things with them. Like you can't do your mining and refining and whatnot with them. But as I got better at the game and did a lot more building, I slowly moved to building more small grids because you could get a lot more detail with them. And I was finally comfortable enough with being able to build in general that the detail was something I was starting to focus on more. The inside looks enormous. Yeah, it's that's not a bad thing really. As long as you can make it look decent, that can be kind of tricky, but Yeah, I'd look at a lot of other people's builds and see what they do for the interiors on large grids, because I think the interiors can look really nice and not too spacious. And you have a lot of decorative blocks that you can use on interiors. Now, if you're new to the game, you may or may not have any of the DLC, which adds a lot of the decorative stuff, but even without it, you should have access to a decent amount of ways to decorate the interiors of large grids without having to like really bust your brain creatively, which you kind of have to do for small grids because there aren't decorative blocks for small grids. You have to kind of just design your own interiors and whatnot. I think a lot of building too is getting used to the hotkeys and everything. That took me a really long time to get comfortable rotating stuff, flipping things, using mirroring. Mirroring helps a lot. You can mirror in all sorts of different ways. It can be really useful. Yeah. Yeah, mirror mode is super useful. I didn't start using that also for a really long time when I started, and I was glad I did start using it when I did. But yeah, just getting used to things. Oh, I can't actually turn that ladder. Shoot. No. Oops. This is creative mode. Yeah, I'm doing this all in creative mode. I do play survival a lot, but right now I'm just designing a ship. A lot of times I'll design my ships in creative, and then I'll use a projector to project it and build it in survival. And it's just a lot faster to design things, and it's a lot easier to design things that look nice if you're doing it in creative mode first. This whole thing is light armor right now, as far as I know. The chunks I'm taking off of ships, I do believe they are all light armor, but I haven't gone through and checked every individual piece. All the stuff I'm placing is all light armor. There's a lot of exposed blocks anyway, so having heavy armor really wouldn't help because gunfire and whatnot could just go straight through and hit my blocks on this grid at least. The only time I actually use heavy armor is on something I'm going to be using for combat and on rovers. Heavy armor is really good on rovers because you're not trying to fly. And heavy armor is really, I mean, it's heavy. So, I've built a couple combat ships. They're very small, but I can show them to you. This is the most recent one I built. And even on this, I wonder if I have a copy that shows where the heavy armor actually is. Well, compared to what other people build, it's relatively small. It's not super small, but this here illustrates where the heavy armor actually is on the battleship. So the yellow stuff is where the heavy armor is. And it's the same on that ship, it's just repainted to look nice. Like basically all the surfaces that would be facing the enemy are heavy armor. But I try to keep, and I have heavy armor around all my critical components for the ship, but the rest of it is still light armor to make the ship much more maneuverable while maintaining most of its durability. So this isn't super small, but this is the biggest battleship I've ever made. And compared to what other people are building, this is extremely small. Also, this basically has no interior because I didn't leave extra room for interior space. This is the entire interior of the ship right here. And like, here's my control seat. Yeah. There's a little bit more interior in the front, but it's just maintenance access, so not much else. The other combat ship I built was smaller than this. What was it called? Yeah, so that's my other combat ship I've built. Also just a whole bunch of guns. This one's solid heavy armor. Really doesn't need to be, but That's just what I decided to do with it. And again, it has basically no interior. It just has a well-fortified control seat. And that's it. It's the whole ship. But these are smaller vehicles than like the Argentavis or something, if you've seen that vehicle in game. Thanks. I'm really happy with how this one turned out. It looks to me like a kind of like a battle cruiser, if you're familiar with StarCraft. StarCraft 2 battle cruisers. Doesn't have a Yamato cannon, but it kind of looks like it does. I don't have the weapons refit. I think this one looks really cool when I'm flying on a planet and it's dark out. Like the thruster glow looks really good on this one. Also has missiles, which I can print up that automatically track enemies, which is kind of fun. Using the new AI blocks, you can do that, so has guided missiles. So, with one of the recent updates, I don't know, if you're super new to the game, it wasn't super recent, it was like 6 months ago or something, but they added blocks which can do some basic AI tasks, like you can have your ship automatically engage in aerial combat if you want, or I don't know, do all sorts of different things. You can set up automatic drones, automatic miners, automatic pretty much anything you can think of. It gets more and more complicated as you try and do more complex things, but you can do quite a bit with them. Yeah, like 3 days ago, yeah. So there's AI blocks in the game that let you do all sorts of kind of fun things. There's a lot of tutorials out there on how to get them working, but they're mostly, I think, used for making drones to carry cargo from one place to another, or making like combat drones. Yeah. And you don't have to do any programming for it. You just like put the blocks on your ship and kind of like pick what you want it to do out of the menu. And they work pretty well. It's still relatively new in the game, so they've got some bugs here and there, but like I said, it's only going to get better as they work out some of those kinks. That's the most recent update to the game, added a bunch of AI stuff, so people have been experimenting with it a lot. And you can do some cool stuff. There's a lot of stuff that you can't do that I wish you could do, but hopefully that'll get added eventually. It's a bit convoluted, especially if you're new to the game, how to get the AI stuff to work, so I definitely recommend looking up some tutorials on it. Splitsy has a lot of good tutorials on YouTube, so there's a lot of other people that do too, but he's been around a long time and does some good stuff. I have some tutorials too on YouTube, but I don't have nearly as many as Splitsy, who's been around for a decade, basically. So this ship that I'm building right now is going to be a kind of a mothership, just like one of the largest ships in my fleet. I'm converting all of the pre-built ships that are already in the game into pirate ships. And this ship I'm putting together right now is going to be like the big bad pirate ship. I'm just calling it the Mothership for now. I think it could be even bigger, but yeah, it's kind of just a kit bash of a bunch of other ships, and then I'm going to repaint it and make it look like a pirate ship, and that's what it's going to be. It's going to be the pirate Mothership. But I need to add a lot of guns to it and do a whole bunch of refining of stuff before it really can fall into that role. And it's a lot less armored than some of the more combat ready ships. that I put together for that fleet. But that's okay. It's going to be like their flagship. So maybe not one they'll take into combat, but one that they'll rally around. Made out of chunks of salvaged ships they've pirated. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, I don't post videos every week or anything, but I am currently making and posting videos on YouTube. I have 2 channels. I have one where I post kind of more quality content, where I do tutorials and Let's Plays and different things like that that are, like, have a lot more editing effort put into them. So I have that channel, that's just Shifty Shadow. And then I have another one that I have a Discord community, and we have our own SE server and stuff set up, and I do some videos with those guys. So I have another channel set up just for more relaxed videos, community videos. I put all of my stream VODs on that other channel as well. So yeah, I would say I'm fairly active. Certainly not the most active SE YouTuber, but I do stuff regularly. There should be links somewhere on my my page here on Twitch for that stuff. If you go to the About page. Nice, thanks. If there's one video, if you're super new to the game, there's one video I recommend you watch. Out of my videos, it would be the Printing Made Easy video. That's something I wish I had known really early when I started playing the game. It's the best way, if you play survival at least, it's the easiest way to get ships into your survival game. And I did it a much more difficult way for many years, and I wish I had just been printing them, because it would have saved me a lot of time, a lot of headaches. Yeah, that video did fairly well. It's been out for a while now, but for space engineers, I mean, space engineers is a pretty small community to begin with, so definitely can't complain. For this one that I'm building? Yeah. That's exactly what it is. It's scraps from other ships. Yeah. Yeah, good paint job really changes the build entirely. Something I still need some practice with is getting better at painting and even just detailing the exterior of my ships. There's only a few of mine that I really am like proud of how they look, but I'm getting better with each ship I build. I try a new technique, try some different paints, I get a little bit better each time, and it all adds up. And with trying new things, you end up finding certain techniques that you really like the way it turns out looking, and then you can use that across all your builds. And you end up with like a fleet look where all of your stuff kind of looks similar in a way. And I really like when that happens. So I've been slowly working on building out a fleet of ships that's somewhat uniform. It has a simple look, but I think a solid look. So I think keeping colors simple is a good way to do it, honestly. I think a base color, a color for like trim, and then some sort of accent color. So gray tones, and then like one or two accent vibrant colors, and your ships can look really good with just that. You should. You should. I've seen so many crazy ship designs. We actually did a competition last December, our first build competition on the Discord server. Everyone built ships that look like fruits and vegetables, and it was kind of hilarious because they're all functional ships, but they like look like watermelons and all sorts of different things. It was pretty fun. Yeah, yeah. There again, there should be a link for that somewhere or everywhere, really. I think I put a link for my Discord in every video description, and there should be some in my about page. You gotta convince them to join the cult. It's a pretty fun game, and it's a lot more fun with friends. Like any other sandbox game out there, it's fun to do alone, but it's 10 times more fun to do with people, for sure. Yeah, it's still a relatively small community because for space engineers terms, I'm relatively new to doing YouTube and whatnot, but it's fairly active and everyone's pretty nice. So it's a pretty chill time. And if you want to join the SE server, you can do that. All the info for that is in the server announcements and server rules channels. It's pretty easy to do. If you have, I assume you have Space Engineers on Steam or like on PC. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in my game currently right now, it's just a single player game, but you're welcome to join the Discord and all of that stuff. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I'm always happy to give feedback on stuff. Any ships you've, like new ships, old ships you build. If you drop, if you're on the Discord server, you can drop your ship in the Review My Build channel. And once a week, I look through all the things on that and I give feedback on anything that's in there. And then I do that live stream, so if you're around, I live stream and give feedback. And even if you're not around, I then upload those videos to my secondary channel, and I will link that in the Discord channel. So people can go look what I have to say anytime they want. Thing about this room is not airtight. I find that suspicious. Pretty sure it is airtight. Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, I get engrossed in what I'm doing, so I don't always think to be talking, but I will try to have some commentary on what I'm doing. Sometimes it's just me rotating blocks randomly, though, and staring at stuff, trying to figure out what the heck I should be doing, so. Yeah, right now I just put in the crew bathrooms and working on the captain's quarters, but I don't know. I have some sort of airtightness problem with this room, and I cannot figure out what the heck it is. So I'm gonna put that off for now, I think. Need to make this room entirely airtight because it's a disaster right now. And I need to add an airlock to my ladder section, which actually should be pretty easy to do. think I can put a sideways airlock in here. Where is my ladder? Holy cow. It really depends. So hydrogen engines will be able to get you all the way to space from on a planet, so they work really well in atmosphere and in space, but you use up hydrogen quickly. A ion thruster will only work in space. The further you are into a gravity well on a planet or a moon, the less the ion thrusters will function. So if you are just going to be in space, ion thrusters are fine. They are also a little bit more expensive material-wise. They require platinum to make, which you can't find on planets. So yeah, ion thrusters are for space. Atmospheric thrusters, obviously, for atmosphere. They don't work in space at all. Hydrogen thrusters are kind of your jack of all trades. They can go anywhere and work just as well anywhere. But you're going to have to connect them with conveyors to hydrogen tanks and whatnot to make them actually run. A little bit more difficult to set up and a little bit more resource use for the hydrogen thrusters, but they will work everywhere. So I definitely recommend when you're new to the game and you're building ships, try to build with the hydrogen, because it's going to make your build work anywhere. Engine room at some point. I'm not really happy with how that one turned out. Need to get this airlock in first, though. I think I'm going to use regular doors for that. Do I have any hydrogen engines on this? I don't have any hydrogen engines on this entire vehicle. I really need to have a few of those. I might have to add those in here somewhere. It's gonna be tricky. I think I could do it right here though. Oh no. Break my air tightness. Shoot. Maybe I do have to put one right here. I'm going to opt for this instead. So your engines, you need to have an O2H2 generator that will convert ice into oxygen and hydrogen. And you need to have conveyors hooking that up to your engines and your thrusters for your hydrogen engines and your hydrogen thrusters. So usually, in order to produce oxygen and hydrogen, you need an O2H2 generator. And then to store, you need a hydrogen tank and an oxygen tank. You definitely need a hydrogen tank. People don't always use oxygen tanks, but you definitely need a hydrogen tank of some sort. And then you need the engines to produce power from hydrogen, so hydrogen engine, and you need the hydrogen thrusters. And they all have to be connected with conveyors so that the hydrogen can get from one point to the other. Lots of doors in my ship. Trying not to lose my air too easily. This is still not airtight for whatever reason. I have no idea why. Something in here is wrong. This is all airtight. That should be airtight. Is that not airtight? That didn't change anything. Kind of unfortunate. I was hoping it would. Fix the airtightness in this room. Put a block there. Okay, so the problem is in this half. And it probably has something to do with the assembler, maybe? We're just not being hooked up to an O2H2 generator. So I could swear that's what this is. Yeah, that is what that is. It's always a nightmare trying to fix the airtightness somewhere that it shouldn't be broken in. Ugh! So I need to add a light. I'm gonna do that right here. Okay. Feeling a little bit better about this. This room really should be airtight. I'm not sure why it isn't. And I need this light to be a little bit further reaching. So it can be dimmer. Is this reactor the reason I'm not airtight? No. This is baffling. Wait, is this? I probably should Oh no, broke the other side too. I probably should just put normal conveyor pipe in here. Maybe that fixes this room. Hey! Alright, this room's fixed. This room's still not airtight though. That there. Work on just this chunk. I need to get this chunk to be airtight. I want to say it's the assembler that's making this difficult. Unless the stairs or something aren't airtight for some weird reason. This room's airtight. Close all the doors. This room is fine. And this room still is not fine. It's such a small room. How is this room not airtight? This is baffling. Absolutely baffling. Well, I'm going to work on the captain's quarters a little bit more then. I think I'm going to put his bed up top here, actually. This is a cargo container. That might be nice to have access to from his room. Put the bed like that. I'm airtight. Very good. I could do a ladder. Do I want to do a ladder though? Not really. A staircase is a nicer thing for the captain to have here. You can even give him a little bit more room to meander about up here. I can't quite cap that off though, can I? That's kind of unfortunate. Can't make that nice. Oh well. I can't leave it. It's gonna bother me. There's no other option though, pretty sure. Nah, it's the best we're gonna get. They can just hop down if they want. It's gonna be okay. Do want to have some sort of light in their room. A light like that. And we'll put like a kitchen area down here maybe. Kitchen and a bar. We can put kitchen right in front of the air vent. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. But oh, we can put it here. It's not bad. I don't really want to block the air vent. We'll do a wrap around there. Can I get some plants in here? That'd be nice. Oh! Just knocked the floor out accidentally. Oh, whoops. Great. Now what block was that? Nope, jump drives are massive. There's no way to change that, unfortunately. There's no small grid jump drive either. Aha! I found the airtightness problem. Maybe I just get rid of those, do I really need reactors there? Not really. But I think instead of getting rid of those, we'll just go ahead and do that. I'm okay with this. Looks pretty good. We're airtight again. That is good. Very, very good. And we can put an LCD over the bathroom too, so the crew knows what's up. And they have a vent. This room has a vent. Should be able to get rid of that now. And good, this is also airtight. Excellent. I need to put some tool racks in here. Container on that side. I could put another cargo container on this side. But I could also do a survival kit. Engine room survival kit. I think that's a good idea. Nice. And I could label this room too, I suppose. Engine room, airlock, blah blah blah. Put one there. We'll just label all the rooms. Why not? I suppose this doesn't really need to be labeled. This is the main airlock. Like the engine room doesn't really have to be labeled. That should be labeled. for sure. These ones you can see through, so you can tell that it's an airlock to the outside. And this is the hangar. I kind of want that one to be labeled, but there's no good way to do so. Too bad. Do a different style door, and I could label it. We actually do have this light here. We'll get rid of that light. We don't need it anymore. Being happier and happier with the interior of this vehicle. I think it's time we go back outside and do some more putzing out there. I like to bounce back and forth between working on the inside and the outside because it gives my brain a chance to break between doing them. And then I can make sure they work together. I don't get so engrossed in one of them that I completely forget about the other. There we go. That was not mirrored properly. Definitely recommend taking blueprints as often as possible of your grids. Save you headaches, many headaches. I think what I'm going to do on the back here is I'm going to add sorters. And then our connectors will act as our ejectors. And then I can set those up to eject wherever I want out the back, which would be nice. I have to work out parachutes at some point for this vehicle, but it's a minor detail. F10. F10 and you can spawn your blueprints in. Yep, no problem. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Cover up my jump drive just a little bit more. I feel slightly more safe about it being so dang exposed. Do the exact same thing, kind of on the other side. Should I bother putting a landing gear on this? I never expect to take this down onto a planet. I do have a foot on the front for grabbing things. I might just call that good enough for me, honestly. Though it's not attached very well. Whatever. That's how the original design was. We'll be lenient with it. I guess that's good. Yeah. I mean, being new to the game, there's so much to learn. It's kind of crazy. I really do want that. And there's not many places I could put it. I guess this room is kind of the best place for it. I need to get rid of this top garbage though. I ought to make this front room look a lot better too. There's plenty I could add to it. Also needs a central control seat. I don't like this controlling from the sides nonsense. Huh. Turns out those didn't have to be green. That is good news, because I didn't want them to be green. I need more lights. I need to duplicate whatever the heck is going on with this light. Ooh, I can't really do it once more on the end. I could do it here. Ish. No. Can't do it here. Shoot. Alright, I need to redo the interior of this. Because it's all upside down. Which I don't appreciate. Okay. Need a light, first of all. That will... It's not centered. It's going to bother me if it's not centered. You could actually put the light on the floor. That would not be the end of the world. Not particularly fond of the idea either, though. We're going to get rid of these blinking lights. And put some normal stuff in there. And now I have a good place to put the actual lights. In fact, I could get rid of all three of those blocks. Put the lights. Oh no, that's not airtight. Never mind. Never mind. Put some blocks back there. And we can't have that sloped nonsense on the ground or a window. So this room is not actually airtight, but could I make it airtight? I feel like I could make this. I could make the airlock down here. And then this could be part of the interior of the ship. Could it? No. Because I have this exterior as well. Shoot. Yeah, no, this has to be external. Maybe I have a separate ship interior for the bottom. That would be kind of weird. Like, put an airlock here somehow? I guess I could put it straight along there. You'd have to suit up to go between the top and the bottom. Hey, welcome. We are just relaxing and building. I think I can get away with doing something like this. And that doesn't look terrible. Also add another thruster in there. Get our lights back in. I think, yeah, I'm just not going to be able to make this interior space. It's not going to be a thing, unfortunately, on this vehicle. That does kind of leave me open to do whatever I want in this area, though. I don't have to attach stuff or try and make it airtight like I did the top. Just kind of nice. I don't know what was actually in there, but that's what I'm going to put in there. And I will... Do I add a survival kit down here too? I think not, honestly. I think we go with a... Really don't need anything right there. It's kind of weird. Let's just put a block there. And we don't even really need this cargo container here for any reason. So we're going to put a block there as well. That will work just fine. I'm going to cover this up because I don't like walking around on an uneven surface. We can use some of the row back blocks for this though. Ah, they don't mirror nicely. Never mind. We're not going to do that. There we go. Covered up the grossness. I have a few times where I regularly stream. They should be listed on my schedule on Twitch. I stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays in the afternoon, North America time. And then a lot of times on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I will also stream again later, but I just don't have it scheduled yet. So I at least stream twice a week. A lot of times I stream on weekends too if I'm just on playing the game like this. But My regular times are usually weekdays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. That looks alright. This light way down here. Alright, I think that should match. Excellent. I think I might flip over these railguns. These railguns... they stick up in there nicely, but I think I just want to flip them. I don't know why, but I'm going to do it. I think they'll look better the other way, for whatever reason. Just feel kind of wrong when they're sitting that way. That's going to screw with my stuff, though. Maybe I should leave them. I'd like to put them the other way, because I think they would look better, but they function better this way, and that's more important to me. So I'm going to leave them this way. I need to find places to put more turrets. A lot more turrets, because this is supposed to be a pirate ship, so... yeah. I would like to get some turrets out on these wings, ideally. So I could do it here-ish. Maybe I could do it right here. I think that's what I'm going to go for. It's a bit of a modification, but it fits my pirate theme, so we're going to just go ahead and do it. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, I don't know how I want to go about attaching this really, though. The heck? How is this attached? Really? Through the bottom? Gross. That does not have a good attachment point whatsoever. How were these covered up in the past? Just one of those. Gotta find places for guns. Just gotta find places that are possible. Because a lot of the ship is not set up to have guns attached. Which is not good. And I could put guns in places like this, but then it's right next to a hydrogen tank and they're just gonna explode really easily. So are my railguns, but what can you do? I do recall that I never actually piped these guns in, so I definitely need to figure that out. Huh. Ah. There we go. That side is piped in. Now we need to get the other side. What in the world? Oh, that's my ore detector. We don't need that, do we? Really, though? The piping on this ship is so bad. Alright, we need to go across here. Which we can do like so. And we gotta do something about our missing ore detector now before I forget. Oh shoot, that is the wrong block to put in there. Oh, the one I'm working on now? I am not certain. I started building it on another stream. How long have I been streaming today? I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours today. So I've worked on it for 4.5 hours today. And I worked on it for a couple hours another day, so we're at like 6-ish hours. 7 hours maybe. And I didn't even build a lot of this stuff. I just tore it off of other ships. It's probably going to take me to fully polish this ship. I'm just going to guess around 15-20 hours. Because while it's mostly built, a lot of the stuff at the end that I'm going to do is going to be really tedious and take a lot of time. So I need to rename all the blocks. I need to group all the blocks in the menus. Set up control seats and work out basically all the fine tuning and details, and that just takes forever, but time flies. I actually probably should be doing something else right now and not continuing to work on this, but I'll work on it a little bit longer and we'll call it a day. Hopefully it will be pretty much done at that point. Yeah, it's around that time. It is very close. I really want to put a big gun on top there, but I already know that I can't pipe that in, which is why it's not even really a functional landing pad. It's another place I'd like to put some nice big guns, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. Yeah. A lot of people that play, or in the past, a lot of people that were playing on the Discord server, SE server, were from Germany. Half the players are from Europe on that server. It's pretty fun. Ooh, I could put a turret right here. That could be cool. I'd have to modify it so much to do that, though. Yeah, and that's the hangar right there. Probably not worth it. I also want, like, right here would be a solid place for a turret, too. Hmm. Temptation. I just don't think I have better options than putting it right here. And so that is exactly what I'm going to do. Go on, make it stick up a little bit. I kind of feel like I have to make it stick up a little bit, because otherwise it's just not going to work very well. Um, there's some German stuff. So I'm in the Milwaukee, Chicago area, and there's a decent amount of German heritage in the area. So we do actually have some German foods and whatnot. Or we have maybe not actually German foods, but like American German stuff. Kind of how you can have Asian food that's not really like Asian, it's just like American Asian food or European Asian food. I don't know if it's the same for you there, but yeah. We have like German brats, we have like potato salads and stuff like that that are apparently German in origin, like the style. It's pretty common around here. I'll look it up. We probably have something similar. Probably not the same thing. I don't think I've ever had exactly that, but I've had something similar. So like me specifically, like half my ancestors came from Germany or Denmark. So my family is very German. My grandparents spoke German. Um, German on one side and Swedish on the other. So I'm familiar. I speak like a tiny bit of German, but I haven't used it in so long because my grandparents all passed away, and I don't really have anyone that I speak German with anymore. So some of the guys on the Discord have been trying to get me to speak German, but I don't remember basically any of it. So it's unfortunate, but that's how it is. Yes, hello. How are you doing? I know like basic German. Um, not like I can say hi and ask some simple questions and yeah. It's like I know a little bit. I know a little bit of German, a little bit of Spanish, and a little bit of Japanese. I know more German than any of the other ones though. So, my favorite food? I don't know if I really have one. Um, uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a favorite food. I like all types of food so much that I just can't pick one. I like eating. I like eating a lot. I also like exercising, so it's not a problem. But yeah, I don't have a favorite food. All right. Unfortunately, I have to go now, but thanks for hanging out, everyone. And hopefully next time I'll get a lot further on this. Actually, I probably won't stream working on this much more because it's mostly going to be really tedious, slow polishing stuff. But we'll work on something different next time. Also, Tuesday, I can't remember, is it Tuesday I do the... No, Tuesday I'll be building again. Thursday I will be checking out people's builds and reviewing them. So if you catch me on either of those days, feel free to stop by. See you later.